Assalamu alaikum. Hope you guys are doing well. Thought I might make some kind of a video where I can get some more questions, and if you guys are interested, let me see here. Assalamu alaikum, Devi. Assalamu alaikum, Asfahan. Assalamu alaikum, Ashraf. Assalamu alaikum, Stillwave. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this one pretty open. I just haven't found the time to really organize my thoughts, but yeah, assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good to hear that you're okay, Amira. Salam. Salam alaikum, Dale. Salam alaikum, Francisco. Salam, Arfan. Yeah, it's reason I chose the thumbnail is it's just been something I kind of been thinking about past few weeks. I think since I released that last part, part 7, but yeah, I did want to actually, I thought this was interesting. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. I haven't heard of it till yesterday. My brother showed me this. Well, apparently there's a project in Saudi Arabia led by MBS, and it's planned to be the tallest building or structure in the world by 2030. And the actual project is called the North Pole Project. And it's kind of strange. I really don't know if they'll be able to complete something like that, but I guess the main thing is like they just need to actually reference the same, symbolism, regardless if they actually, if it amounts to anything. Yeah, I really don't understand the explanation there. What does Saudi Arabia have to do with that? Yeah, if you guys have any questions or anything that is on your mind you want to discuss, let me know in the chat. Something that I find very interesting about just the whole narrative inside the Quran is really like how things repeat and cycle. For example, you'll see the same types of kind of moral lessons, and also the same mistakes and the same crimes repeated over time by humanity. And it just makes me wonder, is our world kind of have this set storyline where things have to constantly repeat the entire human story again and again and again over the course of perhaps thousands of years? I really do wonder that if these messengers are just kind of, they have like a unique place in this chronology, and that's why so many of these stories seem to be all kind of very closely interlinked. One example that comes to mind is this idea of idolatry, and it just happens to be an anagram of sajda, sujud. So, for example, this word apparently means a body. I think it's usually some kind of a body that's inanimate, me see if I can pull that up here. And what we see throughout the usage of that is as some kind of idol. So, for example, in Surah 7, 148, Allah says, "And the people of Musa made after from their ornaments a calf, an image having a lowing sound. Did they not see that it could neither speak to them nor guide them to a way? They took it, and they were wrongdoers." Qawm Musa is definitely one of the peoples of Bani Israel, and probably the most significant one today. It says from their ornaments they made this image. It's really a body. I'm not too keen on how this appears, but we're kind of familiar with the biblical story of, the golden calf, which raises an interesting point, because you have to, as a Muslim, as a person from the muttaqeen, anticipate things before they play out in the world. And one of the things that I noticed is this obsession over God wanting this, God wanting that, needing us to do all of these things as if he is some kind of a, tyrannical overlord outside of our perception. What do you think that will transpire in the end? Because right here, it says how every culture has some form of bull worship. The word ijl, I mentioned before, is related to ajla, ajl. And that is almost always used in tandem with haste. The most important one being hastening of the hour. So, it shouldn't be surprising, since I've been talking for a couple, maybe months now, about how the God of the Bible is not Allah, is not the creator of the universe, of the cosmos. He's just an idol. And they even tell you this El, or Yahweh, was pictured as a bull. It's right there. Now, I've already explained what this word means in Arabic. You notice that we're constantly told in the kind of monotheist tradition that God is seated on some kind of a pedestal or seat or whatever. Would that make sense at all? You're talking about a being that, created everything. He doesn't need to rest. The Quran makes that very clear. The people of the Jewish faith, they actually believe that God did rest, and that's why they have a Sabbath. This word gets a lot of misunderstanding in the Quran because of the Bible. The whole origin of this idea is based upon God resting on the seventh day. But the Quran doesn't even address anything regarding any Sabbath or anything like that. In fact, this word, it is just some kind of a I don't even know how to explain it, but it clearly involves a way more than um, not using, technology or not working or something like that. Um, yeah, so interesting thing that becomes apparent is, why is this story so key in the Quran? I mean, it's kind of the set for the longest surah, Al-Baqarah. Here they call it Ajil as well in Hebrew, the golden Ajil. So if we go to the word Jasad, something to do with a corpse. This is how they talk about the body of Jesus in Christianity as well. Corporal, carnal, physical, incarnate. It's almost like something that the metaphysical inhabits. There's a lot of mentions of statues in the Quran, and I think people have the wrong idea when it talks about these gods, these idols, this kind of established hierarchy where humans are just beneath these statues. And the word for statue in the Quran is about something that's made into a likeness. Tamathil. Let me see if I can find it. At-tamathil. Tamathil. This word is related to something that has a likeness. Mathal. Mithlihi. Now, if you're not already aware, Ibrahim and Nuh and Musa and Isa, all of these beloved messengers are under this umbrella species and culture called Bani Israel. And it's interesting that Bani Israel has had many different qawms, many different peoples from this one civilization. And this is constantly coming up as an issue with them. When Ibrahim was faced with his people, I mean, we kind of have this like really impoverished idea about this, that, well, we look around the world and we see the idolatry today, and we can't actually separate the conditions we have now from what was in the past. So something like a statue is just seen as an inanimate object. And to be fair, that's not actually inaccurate, but why would a statue, something that we would regard today as silly, be taken so seriously by people that the Quran says are more advanced than us? What is actually the whole point of these statues? Why would Suleiman apparently violate this idea by allowing the jinn and the shayateen to create this for him? It says here, they made for him statues. So clearly I could imagine there's some functionality to it, but it becomes clear that the biggest issue with Bani Israel, with humanity as we know it, has always been not perceiving Allah, the Creator, appropriately. That's pretty much what the Quranic message boils down to. It's not really about like believing in God. It's not really about believing in, you know, a lot of these things. Like, that stuff is in all the other parallel faith traditions. The thing that makes the Quran unique is it actually completely hones in on the entire actual identity of the one who created you, your Lord and my Lord. The Quran does not promote monolatry. It doesn't promote polytheism, of course. It doesn't promote atheism. It doesn't promote any kind of um, inaccurate version of reality. So, Beni Israel are constantly confused with the identity of their creator. They either make it something that is a human, like them. Pharaoh would be the best example of that. Or they make it actually something they create with their hands, or what is created for them. We live in an age where we can actually ask questions to our devices, and it just spits out all kinds of information, all kinds of answers that we don't even have time to validate if that is true or if, there's inaccuracies. But clearly, the Muslim world today, you just take a look on social media, is just enamored with the idea of artificial intelligence. Inanimate objects giving us all the answers that we seek. Siri, ChatGPT, what is the true religion? The true religion is Islam. And this kind of like subjective bias kicks in where, people are not aware that the thing that they're practicing, and practice is really the main word because you can't actually apply um, the ins and outs of what this book is talking about yet. I mean, just it makes perfect sense. I mean, if you were to read a manual, right, like a user manual to build I don't know, build a table or assemble some kind of something you purchase. Would you read the user manual metaphorically? If it says, drill a hole here or attach this piece to that one, would you look at that and say, oh, it doesn't actually mean this? It actually means something, more metaphorical. No, you take that very literally because at the end of the day, you want to use the information in this book, in this manual. The Quran is analogous to that, except the Quran actually is indispensable knowledge. And when you read this book, word for word, you have to always keep that in mind. It never made sense to me growing up and kind of being, I wouldn't say indoctrinated, but just kind of misled in the whole, sectarian Sunni Islam. I mean, that's just a more kind of attractive one, I would say, compared to like Shia Islam or Sufi Islam. That stuff really wasn't that different from Christianity or anything. I noticed that, like, you actually do have to really think for yourself when it comes to this. Like, Um, we're constantly gaslit when it comes to the most obvious possible, um, just realizations, right? Like, for example, um, like if you don't understand the Arabic language, right off the bat, you're kind of like you kind of pushed to the side or something like that. And that's never been like that's never been the intention, really, but that's the kind of feeling you get because um, really all you have to do is just explain to me who I'm not a native Arab speaker, I'm still learning, I'm new to Islam. Explain to me what this literally means. And the funny thing is that they've actually not read it themselves. Like most of the nominal Muslims have not even read the Quran. I I know that for a fact. Like most of them I meet, it's only when they start to break this cycle of like, hey, maybe maybe the whole riwayat and ahadith that we're taught, maybe most of them, let's say the ones that contradict the principles in the Quran, um, maybe those are wrong. Maybe those are just fake. And then at that point, these more honest people, like they actually admit that, hey, we actually need to study the Quran, guys. We've been praying all day and fasting every year. Maybe we should actually start to like read the Quran. I think someone needs to study it. Subhanallah. It's just kind of like it takes people that long to really tragically kind of focus the attention where it's needed. Um, I think I think that maybe like it's supposed to be this way for a purpose. Like nobody has kind of a unfair advantage. Like if you speak Arabic, great. Now you have to redefine everything you understand about every word in the Quran. If you don't understand Arabic, then it's also great because now you have to start with a clean slate. And you know, I I just think that if we make this, you know, we make this kind of cultural community context more important than the truth, you might end up like this story where your entire community is telling you, no, there's nothing wrong with this. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just following orders. We were just creating this calf. I find it very interesting that the word calf has that silent L in there. And this is something that will definitely be relevant in the future. 100%. The other mention of this story is in chapter 20. And this is the main thing here. This is your God and the God of Moses, but he forgot. These are the words of a individual called a Samari. And it's just interesting that it's almost like the kind of words echo where those who are not cognizant of their ancestors, their history, they are doomed to repeat it. Have you noticed in the kind of online space that you get this just continuous drive to promote things that are obviously wrong. Like, for example, like the hadith culture is obviously wrong. The Christian fundamental principles are obviously wrong. Even Judaism and Hinduism. How are these things still around? I mean, like, it should be obvious to anybody. Like that. How are these things even allowed to persist? You have to wonder, like, what is the whole end game with that? Is it a kind of like converging to some mass like hypnosis? I don't know. Like, it's almost like if you acknowledge this to be true, like, for example, um, Jesus being the Son of God, or Jesus being Lord or something, astaghfirullah, that propels you even further the more that you maintain that. It's like, it's not even a stubbornness, it's kind of like a mind control, really. And it's perpetuated by the people themselves. And the people in power, they need these deceptions in place. This is a mass like initiation into something in the future. Like I mentioned yesterday, that the faith traditions of our world are not that different from what they had in the past. It's just been kind of rebranded, and um, a bit of the wool has been placed over your eyes to try to not make you suspicious of where these things came from. Like, you go into a church and the entire thing is just Egyptian. You go into a mosque and everyone looks like ancient Babylonians. I mean, it's clearly like there is some kind of a veil that's slowly being lifted. That's actually what apocalypse means in Greek. And people will start to see the mask off, what it actually is. Notice that the same word is used, jasad, for Suleiman's story. And let's kind of, brainstorm a bit. Why does Allah use this word for a body in a time where Suleiman was absent from his people, and also use the same word twice when Musa was absent from his people? Is this something we can expect in the future? Is there like a messenger that is just on a hiatus, and we are basically in the period of time in this cyclical history that corresponds to this era where it just kind of uh, climaxes into idolatry, shirk? Is that what ends every single civilization? Like, imagine, your ancestors and people are given so much wealth and power and knowledge, and then at the end, what do they do with it except create these idols? They create these icons for themselves, and then the whole like of humanity is just wiped out. I wouldn't hold that as really that different from every other what we would understand as every other historical like society. I mean, what do you think that they did with this calf? Did they have an idea that the end of the world was near? And so that anxiety creates this paradigm. Let me show you another one. I think it's even. Let me see if I can find it. Now, this is interesting. So, Beni Israel are addressed collectively. They're saved. Then they come upon a people. Ya'kufuna. Ya'kufuna is like the same thing that is described with Ibrahim's people as well. And this word aslam is also used in his story. My Lord, make this land secure and keep me and my sons from serving aslam. O Musa, eja'al, make for us a god. You know, this word God, it's just no surprise. I mean, you should watch the last stream if you want to know why it became that word. But I can just show you, if you're interested, what that word actually means. I think I've put this before on this channel. A god is something that you pour out a libation made to an idol or spirit in a burial mound. Not sure if it's here. Here it is. Offering. The other thing is that the god in question is always seated every single time. Always seated. I mean, this word just means like Malik, maybe Malik, maybe Malak. There's only one being in the entire Quran. I didn't share my screen. There's only one being in the entire Quran that's confused for a Malak, an angel, as it were. And he's also seated as well. He's also usually seen as a lot bigger than us humans. What's interesting is this film here is all about this idea. Like, when you think about like a dystopia, right? Let me see if I can find the picture. I really don't know why they make films like this. Like, what kind of a crazy individual would just be inspired by human sacrifice as artistic? I think it was Crete, where the whole story, the myth of the Minotaur, which is a bull-headed, anthropomorphic kind of bull-headed version. And they would, every so often, sacrifice their children to this thing. I mean, this is openly exposed in the Quran. Do not kill your children. Fir'aun was the one slaughtering their sons. Let me see if I can So this word ilaha, right? You can see on the screen. It's used quite a bit. I don't have a reason to believe that Allah is related to that word as such. But there is a word that is related to this, ilaha. And that is this one. Lahwa. Lahwan. Interesting to put idle tales in there. Lahwa al-hadith. Lahwa wa la'ibun. Diversion and games. What do you get when you just reverse the word la'aba for games? You actually get the word ba'al. Ba'al. Okay. Yala'abuna. La'ib. La'ibin. It usually has a negative context in the Quran. And from that, it's just the reverse of that is ba'al. The interesting thing to me is it's never really mentioned that much that the word ba'al means husband. That's how it's used in Hebrew. And it's not really used as much today in Arabic. But in the Quran, this is what you see. Now, you can't actually have more than one of the same word in the Quran, because that would violate this principle of contradiction, no contradiction. So this has to be something very specific when it comes to a husband. And almost always they never translate this as husband, but everywhere else that's what it means. But then if I search the word husband, and this is why I think there is this deception, right? You get the word zawj, sayyid, ba'al, and there's another word as well. It just hasn't come up, but it is a man and his spouse. Okay, al-mar'i. Which is the opposite of a woman. Imra'ata. Imra'ata. It can be wife, it can be woman. There's no distinction. But zawj is very specific. This is your actual pair, your spouse, your wife. So why would this God in the story of Elias, when it talks about creation, creating things, why would it translate to husband? What would be the purpose of that? And this is a thunder god as well, just like Moloch and just like Zeus. He has the same appearance. It's always the same. This kind of horned deity, this kind of demonic deity, is seated and controls thunder or something like that. Why? Well, there's an answer in Surah 72. Let me pull that up here. Surah al-Jinn. I think I've actually shown this before. I can't remember. So one of the first thing these jinns say is, indeed, we have only heard an amazing Quran. Okay. It guides to the right course, and we have believed in it, and we will never associate with our Lord anyone. Right off the bat, this is something that is one of the first things they mention. And right after, and that exalted is the majesty of our Lord. He has not taken a sahiba nor a child. Why would Allah in his book constantly talk about this taking a child? Why? It seems way too, I mean, there, if it was simply about like saying that, oh, God doesn't have a son. Fine. I mean, that's fine. Like, why isn't it written that way? Why isn't it revealed that way? No, it says taking a child. And this word is so interesting because this word simply means female companion, sahiba. Remember I told you that the major problem in the Quran is that the creator is not appropriately identified and understood by the majority of humanity. And so Allah has to explain something that should be obvious, should be extremely obvious. And this is why the Quran is underestimated, actually. It's underestimated because today we kind of liken ourselves as more advanced, more developed, and we see this idea like, of course, God Almighty would not have a son or a child or a daughter or anything, or even a wife. But the Quran already understands, the author of the Quran already knows what will transpire. Regardless. It's really the arrogance of humanity playing out from their own ignorance. Every time I see a Sunni using the Bible to validate the prophethood of Muhammad, it's game over. Every time I see a Christian somehow explaining that the Quran believes the authority of the Bible by saying Torah and Injil, you just done screwed up. And what's interesting about this is the jinn are not like us in the sense that they don't really have this issue that humanity has of shirk. I mean, you could argue that they facilitate it, clearly, because what the Quran understands to be a child of, or the sons, right, banun of Allah, is the jinn. So you have to just imagine that at any point, really reflect upon what's being taught to you by your, government approved, sanctioned rabbi. Apparently, the rabbis are the big teachers in the world. They teach, politicians, and they teach young people, and they teach, you know, everyone in between, celebrities, everything. Really think about where that belief will logically take you, literally and figuratively. And that our foolish one has been saying about Allah an excessive transgression. The word for this is shatatan. Shatatan. It's open. Every ayah discloses every bit of information you need to understand the ayah. And if you want further information, you look what's before and after it. And we had assumed that the jinn would never say, the ins and the jinn would never say upon Allah a lie. It's interesting that the jinn, this is, I think, the only time in the Quran where ins precedes the jinn. Every single other place, it's like the jinn and the ins, the jinn and the ins. But apparently, when it comes to shirk, humans take center stage. And men from al-ins sought refuge from men from the jinn. This is a very interesting thing to discuss. Maybe we can talk about this. Rijal, rijal. It's always understood colloquially. Rijal means men. Just whatever is a human and not a woman. Not a boy, not a girl, men. But let me show you something. There's a reason that this word means men. Do you see how it means praying on feet, on your feet? The word for feet in Arabic is arjul. Your feet, arjulakum. Their feet, arjulihim. Rajlika is infantry. I find that so cool that, like, the part of the military that is on your feet, there's no tanks, there's no cavalry, is related to the word for men. The human body is designed like to show this pattern that you have this two legs walking upon the earth, and this is something that I think would probably be a sign of sentience, perhaps. Like, for example, in the Quran, one of the only creatures that are highlighted from the animal world as some kind of comparison to us, or just of some massive importance, are birds. Birds being, the ones that actually like tend to walk on two legs, given that they have just wings as their hands, right? And then I see this idea of like, well, like they talk about birds as being dinosaurs, right? So technically they haven't gone extinct, as they say. The dinosaurs are pretty much the same thing as birds. I mean, you can argue if they never existed or not, but the reason they have to create a story, some kind of a narrative in a secular way, is because the Quran actually just expounds upon birds all the time. Birds on two legs, birds in flight, birds that do not fly. And it seems to me like what you would call these kind of mythological creatures are just the big cover up. I mean, there was like a whole period of time when these kind of egg-laying beings were just ruling the earth before humanity. It's kind of like what you would imagine um, before Adam. Like what actually happened? What kind of form was that in? What were these creatures? But I digress. I just want to make sure you understand that Rijal is not something exclusive to humanity. And this is why, because they also exist in the jinn as well. So the question is, when we hear about the scholars as being Rijal ad-Din, the men of the deen, the men of the religion, which one are they talking about? Are they talking about human scholars? Or are they talking about the scholars I mentioned yesterday? These Persian, Parisian Pharisees that just memorized everything. They memorized millions and millions of bits of information and orally transmitted it over thousands of years. They never thought to write anything down. They never thought to preserve anything. I mean, it's an entire mess. But once you factor in that maybe our history is not as secular as we would like to believe, but actually has a huge, huge relationship between this other world and our world, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense that they would actually influence the course of our history just like we would influence theirs. That ayah proves our history is fake. This is not an isolated incident. This is saying Rijal from the ins. That's a full, that's a wide spectrum. Ins is humanity, mankind, right? So what would be the opposite of Rijal? Oh, unknown. Let me just make that clear too. So Rijal is plural. It is plural because one man is called Rajul in Arabic. It's just like how the word for like a messenger is Rasul, right? But many of them are Rusul. Okay. So the only way to reconcile this is not to deny the unseen, to deny the hidden aspects of the heavens and the earth, but to fully embrace it. There are jinn that are similar to us in some way. And these are the ones that violate this principle of um, the, like in Star Trek, the Prime Directive. You're not allowed to interfere with developing worlds. But clearly, there is an alien that's invaded already. That's why the alien invasion stuff is kind of funny to me. Like, uh, it's already happened. It's already happened. That's why we have this culture, this like civilizations, and all this entire matrix. I mean, they're able to formulate something like that. Allah gives them permission because it's part of our test. So, what's the opposite of rijal? What would you understand? I mean, the opposite of rijal to be in Arabic? There's actually a chapter mentioning it, named after it. And it's called An-Nisa. An-Nisa, the women. Now, I already explained to you that Rijal is from both sides of the equation, jinn and humans. Do you honestly think that Nisa doesn't follow the same principle? Nisa is just women, hijabis. No. It's on the screen right now. These beings have such a complex like mode of life compared to us. And so a lot of time is devoted to their world. That's why this word is repeated. بُعُولَتِهِنَّ. I'm gonna actually go into detail this, but let me just take a quick break and I'll be right back. All right, thank you so much for being patient. Um, okay, so Abdurrahman, let me just find your question here. All the symbols markings are all authentic. Why do we have two different sets of symbols? Which is the correct one? Do you really think Indo-Pak has any relevance as actually, like, I mean, let me just show you this. Let me find Indo-Pak spells the name of Allah wrong. Indo-Pak, I mean, as far as what I've seen, it tends to spell a lot of things wrong. Now, let me just see if I can show you as well. Surah Qaf. It spells Quran wrong as well. That is not how you spell Quran. Just open up this surah, look on the cover of the Quran. There's supposed to be a Hamza there. This doesn't even make any sense. There would have to be a madda over that alif instead of the dagger alif. Like, for example, you put the word Quran in Arabic. Today. This is what you see in modern times. Madda over there. This is what you see in Indo-Pak. You see, like, the Indo-Pak doesn't make any sense. The very title of the book is wrong in Arabic. However, the way that you spell Quran actually in the Quran is like this. You can't see that, 1 sec. Like this. Hamza in there. Okay? That's why Indo-Pak is wrong. Indo-Pak was never meant to be a serious manuscript. I don't know why they do this. I mean, just think about it. Like, just think about it. This is the standard script. Indo-Pak does not use the script. I even mentioned it yesterday. It's called naskh. This is the standard script to write Arabic. And it's interesting because Hafs, they talk about him as a person or something like that. Interesting, his name is a son of Suleiman. But that word Hafs, whatever it means, it's clearly it's clearly the one. Like, it's clearly connected to all the other words. Let me see if I can share my screen here. The name of Arabic is Fusha. Okay? Fusha, rearranging the letters, Hafs. And the Quran is on Suhuf, pages, sheets, whatever you want to call. Suhuf, Hafs, Fusha. Hafs is not actually a root in the Quran, so it doesn't matter. The only reason that they made this word is to explain away all of the other iterations of this manuscript. They can't all be true. And I think that, like, this makes sense that that's why it's like the most widely accessible, understood, analyzed, translated, recited Quran ever. There's no evidence that any of the other ones have, like, this website uses Hafs Quran. When somebody translates the Quran, they use Hafs Quran. Why? There's just so many examples why that's the one. So I don't like to call it Hafs because that's not actually a term for anything. But that's how they call it now because they have to distinguish it from the other ones. The Quran makes you aware that the jinn and the ins are collaborating to produce the likeness of this book. How do you think that would look like? Would that look like the Bible? Not really. It would look like something that has surahs, right? 10 surahs, the entire Quran. Yeah, exactly, Chris. They do have mistakes. Yeah, Ashraf, the abrogation, okay, is just transcription. I mean, when you just kind of, let me show you. So that thing that I mentioned, nasakh, right? It's right here. To transcribe, inscribe. This is what the root concerns. Okay. Shaitan clearly has written material available in the world now that you can follow, that you can actually believe in if you want to. And so, whatever format the Quran is, whatever format the Quran is in now is concerning these ayahs. Because I really doubt that when, the messenger was walking on the earth, that the Quran is just this kind of like book that you just flip the pages of and kind of like in an analog, format where you just have to find it like any book, That book was clearly a little bit more sophisticated with the same text, the same information. We're kind of approximating that time as well because let's say you didn't have the internet. Then you would have to actually remember where everything was, like which ayah, how many times is this used, which you'd have to have your own version of that, right? And now we do have digital Qurans right now. It's probably the most commonly read Quran in the world, in the digital format. So I do not believe that the actual text of the Quran could be actually changed in any way. But that doesn't stop the evildoers from confusing and exacerbating their own just, you know, deceptions around it. That's fair. That's a loophole, I guess. And that's something that shayateen are very good at. They're very good at producing data. They're very good at producing just loads and loads of information. So that's why our world is like information overload. The more power that they have centralized to them. So, yeah. Now I want to go back to this. This is pretty cool. Why is this word used for husbands in this one ayah 3 times? And ask yourself for a moment, if you were to follow this, right? Would you be able to as a woman? Let me show you what I mean. And say to the mu'minat. So first off, this is not used as often as mu'minin. And I think the reason why is because, well, it's obviously feminine. يغضضن من أبصارهن ويحفظن فروجهن ولا يبدين زينتهن إلا ظهر منها. I was talking yesterday at the end of the stream how the women in Islam today approximate some kind of aesthetic from the unseen. And they don't even imagine, they don't even acknowledge that maybe perhaps the jinn have something analogous, not exactly the same, to what we call rijal and nisa, men and women. وَلْيَضْرِبْنَا. Does this mean to let them draw by their khumurihin? I already mentioned khumurihinna. What the implications of that is something fermented, like wine. But do you strike, or what? Do you strike your khimar upon you as a woman? It's impossible that there is something like we can actually demonstrate in the world right now that is the epitome of this. Upon their pockets. So what I'm getting at is the whole uniform in Islam today is purely symbolic of something. If it had some kind of cultural history, that's one thing. But clearly that is nowhere in the Quran. That's something that maybe arose just from human preference, maybe from climate conditions or who knows what. But this, though, is in the Quran and doesn't even match what you see. Do not show their adornment except for their ba'ul, or, this is an inclusive or, their fathers, or their fathers of their ba'ul, their husbands. Remember, this is the word used for a god. People called upon this husband, remember? Okay, their ba'ul, or sons of their sons or sons of their husbands. Why would Allah talk about a woman's sons and then again say sons of their husbands? Do these women make sons without a husband? Do their husbands make children without them? Are these even humans? Or their brothers? Or progeny or sons of their brothers? Or of their sisters? Or their women? Or ma malakat aymanahunna? This one actually kind of shows you that the whole concubines in the Quran is a myth, because whatever that actually means, it applies to the feminine persuasion as well. Aymanahunna, not aymanahum. Or at-tabi'in, the followers or attendants, without or not including ulil irbati. Does this mean having no physical desire? No, this means something that has a purpose. If you look at this root, this is very likely where the root for Europe came from. Aruba. And then you have Araba. This is connected, right? Because the Aleph, you turn it to an Ain, becomes Araba. So things that are multifaceted, have many uses, have many skill sets, is what this refers, not having no physical desire. Do these beings have set functions since they're born? Like bees? Like ants? From the rijal? Or the children? This word is actually طفل, is طفل is like a baby, like an infant, right? Ones who are not يظهروا, aware. I thought this means something that's apparent. Why would they not be apparent? Upon awrat an-nisa. Clearly, I mean, the thing that stands out just phonetically is the word aura. And you can imagine what an aura is. It's a spiritual phenomenon. Awrat, some exposure, the most exposed part of your body. And not يضربن بأرجلهن ليعلم ما يخفين من زينتهن. Okay. When you go back to here, you can tell that the jinn are aware of something that we are constantly just falling for. We are constantly just, 1 second. We're constantly just falling prey to this deception here. I wanted to show another thing too. Yeah. Let me see here. So most people are aware that the Quran addresses both men and women. But let me see if I can find this this ayah here. Okay, you ready? So this is 33-35. Now, this is a very interesting ayah because there's a comparison made between the feminine and the masculine version of the same word. Okay, so it kind of reveals what it's talking about. the Muslimin and the Muslimat, the Mu'minin and the Mu'minat. Right? So far, so good. Qanitin, Qanitat, Sadiqin, Sadiqat. It goes on until you get to the very end. And the Hafidhina Farujahum and the Hafidhat. And the Dhakirina Allah Kathiran and the Dhakirat. I'm still not too keen on how things are ordered in the world according to gender in both worlds. But think about it this way. Why would Allah say the Hafidhin Farujahum, which makes sense, it's repeated throughout the Quran, and not repeated for this Al-Hafidat? Does this include beings that don't have the same type of features as us? You know? And then the other thing too is Dhakirin Allah Kathiran and Dhakirat. Why the distinction? Aren't they treated equally? The two genders of the same idea? You'd expect that, so many things that appear redundant in the Quran are done so to show that there's no difference between this and that in the same ayah. But here, the different gender changes the function. Okay? Lahum includes both. أعد له أعد الله لهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيم. Would this really be necessary if you could just say like a plural that includes all of the believers? Maybe. Gender is a sign of something that we're not privy to. Let me see if I can find another one here. Yeah, mu'minat is used quite a bit, but it just wouldn't be surprising to me if the genders in the Quran are just like, from Allah's perspective, it's just speaking to the kind of what we would see in our world, like men and women, the kind of just different roles of men and women could have some kind of a symbol to the different roles of humans and jinn. I'm not sure exactly how that would be seen, but I imagine that you have this word an-nisa, right? Let me see if I can find it. This one. So in 342, يا مريم إن الله اصطفاك وطهرك واصطفاك على نساء العالمين. So this implies that it doesn't just concern humans, right? Let me see if I can. So in the Quran, there's a chapter called the ants. And it's never explained actually, how does Suleiman talk to these creatures? I think there is some kind of communication or knowledge of the birds aspect, but what if what we call ants today is just a sign of what this actually is? قالت نملة. So قالت, third person, feminine singular. يا أيها النمل. So any of them ants. It's not just O, but whichever of them, of the ants. Enter your dwelling. And then you have the other version of that, which are bees. What's interesting is this one is not ever translated in plural. Usually they will tell you if it's plural. And it is, because nahla would be the singular. What kind of why would insects receive inspiration? Wouldn't that mean that they're sentient, like they actually have a role like humans do, that they have free will? They're not simply animals in the Quran's usage of this word. I mean, the same exact idea is used for the messengers. We inspire towards them, towards Musa, towards Noah, towards Muhammad. Take from the mountains houses and from the trees, and from what they erect. This is a word that's used for arsh. I talked about this in part 6. And what's interesting is all you get is this word instead of this word. What is being erected here? Who are the ones doing this building project? It says here, Qawm Fir'aun. Fir'aun and his people, what they used to erect. If you go further, this thumma implies something else. I'm not too keen what that would mean, but it's not simply like, like right after you do something. It's a major transition point. Eat from each of the fruits. And this word doesn't mean follow. It's insert. Like, for example, there's chain inserted into people. Like actually, literally inserted into people. Ways of your Lord. Lululan. Not sure what that means. These bellies, I don't think they actually apply to the bees. I know that the word honey is actually mentioned in the Quran, but it wouldn't surprise me if this is something else, because you don't really get the sense that and he has these varying colors, مختلف, you know, healing for الناس. Every time you see in the Quran, like, this is surely a sign for those who reflect, is surely a sign for all of this. And then you have to actually think more deeply about it. It's not something that's obvious or apparent. That's why it's highlighted as this is for people that think. This is for people that actually reflect. Let me see here. So you have a Baal, because a Baal is a husband. And so he would have some kind of a female companion. Sahiba and walad. I keep going back to this chapter, particularly these set of verses. And I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but we do have a story of someone that argued with Ibrahim. And he's arguing over this dominion. But what's interesting is he's challenged with bringing up the sun from the west. And he's called Alladhi Kafara. This is the only time in the Quran that word, that phrase is used in singular. Like, usually it's Alladhina Kafaru. This one is Alladhi Kafara. This is a pretty important individual, because the only other time that's used is in this other surah that actually mentions, it's 1977. Have they seen the one kafara by our ayatina and said, I will be given wealth and children? Is this children? No, it's one child. I will be given wealth and a child. What child? Why is it one? أطلع الغيبة, or has he taken عند الرحمن عهدا? We will record what he says. Extend for him from the punishment extensively. Keep in mind, this is one person. Just one person. We inherit from what he says. He comes to us alone, uniquely. And they have taken from other than Allah aliha. These aliha are likened to non-humans in all their forms. They may be for them izzah. They will deny their worship of them serving these gods. They will be upon them ضدًا. Have you not seen? We have sent the shayateen upon the kafirin. There's no just distortion, or there's no disconnection when you read one ayah to the other. It's actually talking about the same thing. It's in the same train of thought. That's why shayateen are out of nowhere just mentioned. Because that's what alladhina kafaru are. Shayateen. So alladhi kafara is the shaitan, that one that is responsible for everything. And the kafirin are the people that uzzuhum. These are the people that fall prey to this paradigm, this hierarchy. Do not ta'ajal, make haste upon them. We count for them a number. We gather the muttaqin towards Ar-Rahman, and we drive the criminals towards Jahannam. Here's where it gets interesting. They do not have the shafa'ah except whom has taken from Ar-Rahman ahdan. And they say, has Ar-Rahman taken a son? Notice how many eyes is devoted to this one concept that should be extremely obvious. Extremely obvious. You don't actually, like if you told someone on the street that, the one who created the universe is not going to have, like, he's not going to reproduce, like, have anything similar to us at all. But this is not what humanity does in the end. لَقَدْ جِئْتُمْ شَيْئًا إِدًّا. They've done something atrocious. The heavens almost tear and the earth almost splits. And the mountains collapse in devastation. Haddan. That they invoke for Ar-Rahman a son. And was it appropriate for them to do this? Remember this word? Yanbaghi. Again, you see this word. This is the one that comes right after the jasad in Suleiman's story. It doesn't refer to belonging. It refers to something that's suitable, appropriate, permissible. That they take a child. Ar-Rahman takes a child. You see, they don't actually understand Allah whatsoever. Because they see this being seated in front of them as the one they pray to, the one they call upon, the one that is their Lord. That's why As-Samiri says, this is your God, Beni Musa, this is your God and the God of Musa, but you just forgot. Fir'aun, when he's drowning, he says that I believe in the God of Beni Israel. Well, that's fair enough, but it's not actually the same one throughout their story. There is another one that has offspring and a wife. That comes after the description of Shaitan. All these verses. Yawm al-Qiyamah. The heavens splitting. I really think that most of mankind is being set up for a fall. A really, really big fall. Probably a literal fall. It might even look like a place that would be in the season of fall. And it's all in there in Surah 19. It's a very good point, Miss Ali. I'm glad you brought that up. This most addiction, like most high, most merciful, most gracious. You're right. It conveys a comparison. Wouldn't it be better to just kind of leave it as an adjective with a definite article and just find an appropriate word that fits that definition as best as you can? No, it has to be the most high. What does that sound like? The most high. Does that sound like a being that actually is outside the creation? Or does it sound like a being that is in the creation? The most high. To me, it sounds like the latter. It brings me back to, let me see if I can find it. Um, you have this kursi already there. The Muslims are already programmed for this entire agenda, right? And that's why this kursi is there. And the size should tell you why he's the most high. The most high is a euphemism for shaitan. You don't even need the Quran to explain that. Okay? It's within the confines of the creation. If anyone tells you, like, for example, the Salafis I mentioned yesterday, that God has hands, God is seated on the arsh, and God has the figure of a man with curly hair. I mean, all this stuff is in hadith. God has a shin. Why do you think that God would be described with a shin? Is that really what, like, the first thing you would imagine? Like, the shin is uncovered and they're prostrating to this God or something. The letter shin is not only the first letter of the word shaitan, but it's also used in worship by Jews all the time. It's something called the priestly blessing. So they make their hands. By the way, kohanim is just the Arabic word for soothsayer. Okay. And they make their hands in the shape of the letter shin in Hebrew, because this is what this God speaks. He speaks Hebrew, not the actual the actual language that created the universe. They even show this sign everywhere. This is the Most High. This is the red and white clothed sacrifices of the third temple being rebuilt. They want to restart the sacrifice to their God, the burnt offerings. Does the Lord of mankind actually need burnt offerings? Think about that. Does the Lord of mankind need burnt offerings? No, of course not. Burnt offering means Holocaust. Isn't that what people are trying to avoid? Nuclear Holocaust. Now, that reminds me of this ayah, this surah, and it's actually named after Buruj. Or actually, yeah, I think it's Surah al-Buruj right here. They call them the mansions of the sky, right? Because you know that Burj actually means Abdurrahman, you understand that locations are only in the creation, right? Space and time. Space and time are inseparable. Space is limited, as we would understand, just like time is counted. Outside of that, it's no longer subject to that. How would you describe something without a physical location? Separate from the creation, I guess. You wouldn't have space beyond this enclosed, like this space and time that we're in. You just wouldn't. That's why Jannah and Jahannam are so vast and so just unimaginable. Everything is made immortal and eternal. So they call this mansions of the stars in the sky because they are towers. Buruj are towers. They're citadels where the heavens are protected from the assailing of the devils. Now, what's interesting about this is this Ashab al-Ukhdud. An interesting thing about this is they say there was a tyrannical king who refused to allow his people to believe in Allah. And they would put these people in this trench, in this ditch, excuse me. And sacrifice them. Yeah, I get what you mean, Abdurrahman. Yeah. Thank you for that. Now, I've heard before that in the tafsir, right? There's this concept that this civilization called Yemen or Saba is basically the same one that, like, apparently is mentioned in the Quran in different iteration or phases of these people, right? The first one being, I think, Saba. So that would be around Suleiman's time. I mean, this is just the mainstream narrative focused on the Bible and scholarly kind of external sources to the Quran. So these Sabaites, they start off as kind of sun worshippers. Then they're Jews, Himyar, I think that's the word. And it's interesting that Himyar is another iteration. It's a way of Hamir, Himar. Okay. Do you remember when the Quran actually mentions that in Surah Al-Jumu'ah 62, I think it says like how Alladina Hadu, they literally carry the Tawrat. Okay, they bear this burden. This is the actual name of it. Like, this is the actual picture. And the Jews today that dress up in, black and white clothing, they actually only symbolize this. But this Himyar in our history is clearly named after donkey. Like, it's related to the same thing, because the donkey or zebra or whatever is the one that carries, journeys, asfar, not the Hebrew word books. That's a lie. They don't carry books. They carry journeys. The only other time that's used is with Saba. Saba, that whole just civilization. Himyar is the Jewish kingdom that they say is in Yemen, right next to Saba. And these are the people that they say relate to the companions of the trench. Then you have another iteration, right? With Ashab al-Fil. They say those are the Christian phase of these same people. Why do they call Yemen Hadramaut? This is this historical region of the word صنع. Okay, it means death has come. Death has come, or when you look at the word civilization in Arabic, it's called حضارة. حضارة, like حضارة Yunan, the Greek civilization. حضارة Roman, the Roman civilization. This is about death. Why would it be about death? Unless this part of the world has just been copied and pasted, all the symbols of it, into the southernmost region of the Arabian language, the Arabian speakers, their geography. You're going to find that this death, the land of the dead, the underworld, the Netherlands, the netherworld, has everything to do with these non-humans. And they just superimpose that over Yemen. It's just actually hilarious that Yemen is even a candidate from, at least, the kind of skeptics of the current Meccan location, because it creates a new problem, which is now you have to explain why Mecca is related to death. That's the area it's in. Clearly, Yemen, the southernmost region of where, we would call today in history the Arab language was spoken, is analogous to the continents where Africa is the more southern continent, represents that direction, which is analogous to what you see on the moon. If you want more information on that, you can watch my video. But Saba clearly is the outlier from this part of this entire, like, all the space that the jinn occupy. And that's why you constantly see this repeated in the official Islamic history with the companions of the elephant. So I'm pretty sure, I think his name was, let me see if I can find it. Companions of the elephant. Abraha. So they still called him Himyar, right? But the whole point of the narration of this story was to destroy the Kaaba. I mean, if you agree with Islamic, they kind of have to throw this out the window, right? It doesn't make any sense. You can't actually bring elephants that much into a desert. They need lots of water. So this is entirely just symbolic. It's all symbolic of something that actually happened. And I would suggest that this one is another secular account of a similar story. Something in our subconscious knows that there was some kind of war between both of these worlds. And it makes perfect sense that Suleiman, he's like the Caesar of the world, he actually had a kingdom that incorporated the jinn. Clearly, that's what it implies. They're working for him. He's talking to their kind of like establishment, and this is this yeah, Hannibal. It makes sense, like when you look at this word, they say his word, his actual name is to do with Baal, right? The deity Baal. a bit too similar in my opinion to Hanbal, Ibn Hanbal, but I find it interesting that Barqa is the thing that people always remember him from, right? Hannibal Barca. That's where Barcelona is named after that in Spain. Barq being lightning, it makes sense that Baal is seen as a god of thunder or lightning. But the point I'm getting at is that these companions of the trench, the story they give you, I mean, what does that sound like? Does that sound like this? Why is this in Judaism of all religions? Why do the Christians have a different version of it with crucifixion? Why do the Muslims have another version of it with what they have today in Saudi Arabia? With this idolatry. I mean, it's clearly that's what it is. Even the horns are put on there. And I always questioned, why would there need to be a clock tower in any way? Why would that have to be just up front and center? I mean, it makes sense that like the symbolism of the ijl, the calf, is connected to the hour, the idea of the hour, because when you open this, if I put in that word there, most of the usages of this root is about hastening. The calf, haste, hastening, impatience, hastening, hastening, hastening. And then it makes perfect sense why there's a clock tower as some kind of recreation of this, right? What's the difference between an arsh and a kursi? What's the difference between a sarhan and a burj? This location is called Abraj as-Sa'a, the towers of the hour, the towers of the clock. I've mentioned before, like many possibilities regarding this exact location in the world, but it kind of makes sense to me, the whole, like, us having to see it as like Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. It's ingrained to you the whole way through. It doesn't make any sense that Allah has this like comparative, he's comparing himself, right? Especially given that people always depicted their gods as giants, just really big, like the kind of pharaohs, right? And I know this is all like skeptical of all this, but when you think about it, right, there has to be some kind of reason they show it this way. A large person seated, and his wife is like a third or fourth of his size. Okay. There's actually in Egypt today, where they say, Ramesses and his wife, and the size difference is so ridiculous. I mean, you see like this giant figure taken as a god. I mean, why would people actually take Pharaoh as a god? Why would they take this calf as a god? It makes no sense. Unless there has to be something convincing for those people back at that time when they were more advanced than us, that something similar like that would have to transpire for us. That, everything has been leading up to this messianic approach. Like the whole idea of the Messiah. They never actually translate the word Masih. And conveniently, there's a word Mashiach, right? That's clearly related to that, but the definitions are completely backwards. Let me see if I can find the whole point of the Mashiach. Kind of sounds like Sheikh in a way, Mashiach. But the whole point of that is to hasten this arrival of this person or being or whatever. And I can imagine that when humanity is starving, there's no food, they're impoverished, they've just gone through a bloody war, they've had all sorts of things done to them, just they're on their knees, like desperation, right? Belesa. All of a sudden comes this prospect, this hope that, like the Sunnis are really aware of this. They're definitely aware of this stuff. And I think there's a mountain of bread, Dajjal, right? It's mentioned in Hadith, all these things. And in Hebrew, Bethlehem means house of bread. That's what it means. However, in Arabic, that's the word for meat, lahm. So I really do wonder, why does the Quran mention these things? Like things that are just so abstract, so obscure, that you can't even fathom the evil of that. Do not kill your children for fear of poverty, right? You remember the story of Yusuf, right? Where he talks about the dream. That's why it's only mentioned once in the Quran, khubs. All of the hallmarks of the Christian religion, the kind of pharaonic religion, points to this: here is my body, eat from my body. Here is my blood, drink from my blood. Do you think, like, maybe, just maybe, if humans are expendable in this system right now, because it's run by these other beings that hold the entire world in this, like, prison, do you think maybe they will have even further expendability for humanity? Pharaoh was killing the sons of Beni Israel. Why? Why would he do that? Why would he stoop to that level? That would be really just evil for no reason. But you see, Pharaoh, it was made attractive what he was doing. His ideas, his plans, it was Shaitan made that beautiful for him, right? And likewise, something that appears like it's, oh, we're doing this for God, we're doing this for the Lord, we're doing this for our Savior, we're doing this for our Messiah, we're doing this for the Prophet. This is the constant thing. I mean, the vision is actually correctly interpreted by Yusuf. And before he even introduces it, he just says, don't take other lords, and you've named them, you and your forefathers, and I only have one Lord, and his, as if it's tied to idolatry, right? So this one, the bread is actually human flesh in the interpretation of the dream. And that kind of is a bit eerie to me, because this idea is already conveyed in the Quran, in Surah Al-Hujurat. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن. This is something that Iblis is connected to this word, saying that Saba, the folk of Iblis, followed him and his dhan. Okay. And then it continues on. Jesus, tajassasu, majus. Why do you think they call it backbiting? Because this is the comparison in the same ayah. أَيُحِبُّ أَحَدَكُمْ أَنْ يَأْكُلُ لَحْمَ أَخِيهِ مَيْتًا. You have to take this very seriously, because this is the words of your Lord. This is not a joke. فَكَرِهْتُمُوهُ. You would hate it. This word hating, dislike for something, is related to the word for compulsion. Compulsion in the deen. Ikraha. La ikraha fi din. And this ayah comes right after Ayat al-Kursi. The same kursi, or maybe a smaller scale of that has this jasad. And this jasad is basically an imposter Suleiman. That's the idea you get from the story. So that means that Suleiman was absent from his people. And he was returned and restored to his people after. The same thing happens with Musa. He's away from his people. That's why Suleiman has a kitab, and Musa has a kitab as well. Suleiman is bringing jinns to the deen. He's bringing jinns to Allah, who are following shaitan's assumption. And Musa is already described in the Quran in Surah 46 as being a messenger to jinn as well. Let me see if I can find it. Is that this one? Here, let me put it here. Yeah. We directed to a group of the jinn listening to the Quran. When they attended it, they said, "Listen quietly." When it was concluded, they went back to their people as warners. They said, "O our people." This is the only time in the Quran where the people are given like the warners or messengers are given possession of their people. Ya qawmana, our people. None of the human messengers say it in plural, nor do they actually acknowledge it as their people. They just say, "O people." We have heard a book after Musa. Why would Musa be mentioned? Why would Suleiman give Saba a book that starts with Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim? The only other time in the Quran, other than Surah Al-Fatiha, that has those exact words in the ayahs. And you just have this kind of symbolism, right? Of Suleiman being a ruler, a king, who gets intelligence, reconnaissance from birds. You would have to kind of really not, you have to wonder where you've heard that before. Birds giving information to a king. A wise king that had discernment. And what's interesting about this too is I do think that they put a lot of this stuff in the Nordic mythology because for whatever reason, they're probably not too far from the geographical location of how they're going to deceive people from in the future. And let me show you what I mean. So I mentioned about Enoch being a kind of different word for Iblis in the Bible, in the Apocryphal Bible. And that's why it talks about all kinds of strange things that are not really expounded upon in the Bible. And let me see if I can find this. So this is from a website about the Book of Enoch, 2020, I guess. I'm not sure who made this painting, but this is why we have this deception. You can see the two birds, right? Like you can see the blue coloration. I talked about Shiva the other day. And this is what's described as God. This kind of strange being, kind of bearded with some strange, symbols and whatnot. In some kind of a icy world with rivers of fire emanating from the center. This is what the Book of Enoch describes. This is what Jerusalem, the heavenly Jerusalem, whatever you want to call it, Dar es Salaam, if you had something like this in the world, it would basically, relatively to their perspective, people's ignorance, be like heaven, like paradise. And so people will actually think that they are being led to Jannah. And I just find it interesting that you could even depict something like the Creator at all. The Watchers is probably related to this idea of spying. We have majus, tajassasu. And I think that eventually there's going to be some kind of disclosure, right? Where, like, I mean, the vision of God in the Bible is related to aliens. It's always been related to aliens, the fallen angels, the pelted devils, rather, the Most High, the seated God, the chariot of God, or something. They put it even in paintings. The straight path is exactly what you would see from a UFO. I mean, that's like an analogous the rapture of Christianity, the fire from the sky that in the Bible. I really do think that we're not told about any of these things. The actual like meaning behind them. So as if to ensnare people. And I guess we would have to wait and see when that happens, but I just find it interesting that that we don't have this taught to us in any way. Do you ever go to the Friday prayer at the mosque? Is there any actual like critical discussion about the nature of jinn in our world, the nature of shayateen or shaitan, what they want to do with us, what is their relationship with us humans? No, nothing. All of the focus and attention has been shifted away from the enemy. They want to catch people off guard one day. And that's why, I mean, when you talk about like the World War III or whatever, the prospect of it is concerning the Arctic. For a long time, the Cold War. This has been forecasted years in advance. Scramble for the Arctic, World War III. I mean, I really do wonder what they have planned because, as far as I can tell, our time period is very significant based on its position in this age, in this era. This day of creation is when the Quran was just revealed to the messenger, Ahmad. And at some point, this messenger left, and all the blessings of all the messengers, all of the miracles that the Quranic history must have had around the people at that point, they kind of faded along with those messengers. It kind of makes sense, like the Samiri person in the Quran facilitates magic or something like that to create the illusions of ayahs from the tracks of the messenger, whether it's Jibreel or Musa. I mean, I do think that people are under the impression this is the end of the world because we're kind of living out a symbolic version of the end of the universe as well. And my point is that at the end, Like, I'm talking about, however many years it takes to see this, but they clearly need the eschatological information for every single person. The atheists have the aliens, the Christians have the angels, the Muslims have the Jesus figure, Christians also as well. The Jews have the Mashiach. Everyone has some version of it. And it all converges on this idolatry. That's what it all converges. I mentioned yesterday, shirk and zina are compared in the Quran intimately. So you can expect the same thing there as well. So I'm thinking that perhaps whenever this kind of low point of mankind occurs, that would be something extremely close to our knowledge, the actual knowledge of the hour, like being shown, broadcasted. Because remember, they ascribe to Allah a son, and the heavens are about to shatter, as if to expose something, as if to kind of change the entire playing field for what comes after. So you remember how, like, in the whole 19ers association, the whole cult, Rashad Khalifa, he actually translates the hour to the end of the world. The Sunni Muslims and Shia Muslims, they translate the hour in their analysis, their explanation, as basically the time we're living in, the end of the world. What they fail to consider, though, is that this is the time period of practicing for what happens during the hour, during the last day, the day of the Qiyamah. So I can imagine one day, however it happens. I mean, this is kind of hard to actually put into words, but you'd probably see everything that is in that book. Look, Musa, during his time, he practiced his faith, his religion. I don't even like to use that word, but that's what he did, because everything that he lived is exactly what is necessary for him to do when he comes back, when all of humanity is tested. We are in the same situation. It's just that our world is very much different than that of our ancestors, right? So it just makes sense that this end that they're talking about, it's kind of like akin to the whole 2012 phenomenon, which is interesting because that kind of, we kind of reached this same calendar year in the Chinese zodiac as well last year. But it makes sense that this kind of Ula world, for example, Kutub, the Suhuf, Al-Ula, الزبر الأولين, the Suhuf Al-Ula, that's what was given to Ibrahim and Musa. They lived in the Ula. And for a long time, that was actually the 6 days of creation, the Ula. However, the dunya, I really feel like the dunya is something that is yet to transpire as like a recap of all of human history. Something happened a few hundred years ago, and all of a sudden, there's tons of children around, and the people around the world have little more than the clothes on their back, if not completely naked. And in just a few generations, these people are taught a language, they're taught a culture, they're taught religion. They settle these abandoned buildings and what's left of them, actually. Um, we don't know anything about the context of what happened. But I do think that whoever was behind the camera knew exactly what happened. And I'm sure that they would probably produce lots and lots and lots of data and evidence to really cement in our minds that, listen, you have all of this secular history. Why would you need to read the Quran? That's not sufficient. It's just a little poetry thing. Yeah, Chris, it's an interesting idea because the unusual type of period we're in, the unusual period of time we're in, is one without messengers. And that is not the norm, clearly. So I just wonder, like, in that ayah I mentioned yesterday, the word fatara, fataratin, it's used only once. Let me see if I can pull that up here. I'm just, now that you mention it. The word fatara, abating, subsiding, becoming weakened, waning, slackening, lax, feeble. Interval of time, a pause, intermission. Okay, intermission, period of rest. A span, a spell, a while, a period, transitional period. What is that transition period? I would argue that's the world we live in today. The stage before the dunya, the era of great deception. Something that always, yeah, that's exactly the word. I think this is actually used as a definition as interregnum, a phase, critical phase. This is a bit different. It's not fataratin, but fitr, a small span, a corner. There's no doubt that our forms, our physical bodies, our knowledge base, our consciousness, our awareness, our memories have all faded in this time. Just been like, we're just piecing them together still. The transition between the Ula and the Dunya. Kali Yuga, the Dark Age. Futur, that's with a ta. I'm pretty sure. Let me see if I can find that for you. I think it was, yeah, right here. Interval of cessation. Yeah, this is with a ta, relating to weakening, slackening. Something happened to us collectively, and this kind of cemented how we look, how we talk, how our physiology works, how we live, as a sign of what happened before. So notice that fatar and fattar, are related. I think the word future is probably comes from this Arabic word futur. Futur. It even looks like future. Flaw. Do you see any flaws, any clefts in the heaven? Allah is Fatir. Now they say this means creator, but there's a word for creator. It's Khaliq. Creation is Khulq. So what does Fatir mean? They call God the Father, right? Vater. In German it's Vater. Vater. Because you see, the creation of the world, at least for us, is done again. And it's possibly something to do with like destroying to remake it somehow. Like the word fitr is the same word for mushroom in Arabic, right? Fitra. Fitra, this cleaving, this breaking up, tearing, right? Somehow is conflated with creation. When you look at a bomb, that kind of like the fire bombs that they claim are nukes, it creates that exact shape. And it kind of makes sense to me that the actual world has to be kind of remade from some destruction. That's all the time mentioned throughout the Quran. We give life to a dead land, and everything springs back to life. Everything. So you'll just see everything that's now in ruins and will be in ruins. I mean, everything you know about this life, it will feel like a dream because it kind of was, in a way. It was kind of like a dream to get you to practice for the test. And that's why, like, it does really develop your character, which is just the other half of the knowledge. You enter a test with confidence about who you are, as well as knowledge of the subject matter. That's why the Quran, it deals with the kitab and the hikmah, right? The hikmah deals with how do you reason. The kitab deals with what do you know. Your reasoning is based on what kind of person you are. It's not based on what you can do. Many people are restricted in this world. They actually don't have this ability to carry out the long list of demands that people are compelled to do in today's, mainstream Islam. When it comes to Islam, there is no compulsion. Ad-Din al-Islam. So that means that everybody has equivalent access. When Islam, the actual Islam that we're subject to, actually, eternally, at the end of the day, everyone has equal opportunity to that. The trick is that they want to get you to deny yourself of that prospect. So it's important to know. Knowledge doesn't require much these days. I mean, you just kind of have to dedicate some time, set time aside, think to yourself, maybe I should actually devote some energy to that. And it's not about getting the full story. It's just getting just enough prerequisite so that you're not confused in this life and the next. But by far, I think the most pressing thing really in the end is just what do you call it? Your disposition. It's interesting that the word fitra in Arabic today is understood to mean exactly that. The natural constitution, the innate nature, the original disposition. The root doesn't have anything to do with that. So how did it come to mean that? Fatara is origination. So to do that, you have to cleave apart the heavens and reset the earth. I think the earth itself is actually opened, like in shaqqa. And the mountains are also dissolved. So what happens is everything is replaced. Even you are replaced. And you're returned to your original fitrah so that you have a good chance, the best chance, to proving what you learned for this test, what kind of person you are. This is the only way you can reconcile the world you look around you, with Allah's perfect justice. And it makes sense that for something to be the original format, like everybody in Islam argues that they maintain that Islam has always been there. They like to say since Adam. I guess that's true to some extent, that the first human to experience it was Adam, but nobody would ever dispute that in any masjid, any mosque, or whatever, that Islam is set. It's like there is no change. Even the ayah that's mentioned in, they describe it as nature. No change in Allah's khalq. So the fitrah is related to the khalq. And the one who is trying to change it is shaitan. You're born with this as your code. You don't have to be programmed into it. It's just normal. So if you forget this, then you're probably kind of on the wrong side of history. How many of our photographs do you think are real? How would we know? I mean, if I have a generator of images and I input some information in there, would it look that different? Would it not just replicate the same thing? However, we have no idea what was accessible back then. We just look at the clothing and the kind of demeanor of people, but we really don't know what was available back then. It seems like they had a bit more than us in terms of, I don't really know what to expect from these photographs. But clearly, like, you can make this today and pass it off as legitimate, right? How would you know? Maybe they're real people that just dressed them up, put them in a portrait or a studio. I mean, the first war to be photographed, strangely, is the Crimean War. and there's a lot of posing for the camera. Just no idea what's going on. It's just like the Hollywood productions of back then are just kind of, we wouldn't know. Maybe people were sent to fight something. And would it strike you as odd, um, you know, would it strike you as odd if these beings know exactly how to play with our psyche against ourselves? Have you heard of this phenomenon, human zoos? They actually, apparently in history, not too far in history, had these human zoos where they would put people from around the world, that appear to be primitive compared to the zoo makers, and um, just dress them up in their kind of, clothing with natural fibers, and they just put them in these enclosures. I mean, why do you think that they would do something like that? How could people honestly believe that in that day and age? It's clearly there's something. There has to be an explanation why people gravitate towards things like Nazism and Zionism and all the various tribal associations that have nothing to do with the truth at all. Do you really think that people are different races? Like, I can see the superficial differences, but those are already explained in the Quran. Like, for example, this one. We have created you from a male and a female, and we made you all shu'ub wa qaba'il. Clearly, what we see today are tribes. That's all it is. That's why Beni Israel are always depicted as tribes. I think asbat means something slightly different than that. But how hard would it be if the colonial invaders came in spacecraft and they just taught us all kinds of things? They probably came in some angelic form as well. That's why a lot of these technologies could not have been figured out without some kind of instruction. Like for example, like in that book that I shared, the book of Enoch, they tell you that the angels are the ones, well, what the Bible calls angels, are the ones that taught you metallurgy, magic, and all these things. The Quran doesn't say that Harut and Marut are the ones that taught that. The shayateen are the ones that taught that. Why do you think Suleiman, I should bring up that ayah as well. It's Surah Al-Baqarah 102. They followed what the shayateen did in Suleiman's mulk. Why would it phrase it like that? Because in the Bible, I'm sorry to say, the Bible, it describes Suleiman as worshipping idols. The Bible also describes Harun as worshipping idols. In the Quran, it's interesting that their names are side by side. Suleiman and Harun. But look at this. It says, وما كفر سليمان ولكن الشياطين كفروا يعلمون الناس السحر وما أنزل على ملكين ببابل هاروت وماروت. They're the ones that taught sihr. My point, Abdurrahman, is Harut and Marut is grossly misunderstood what that means. I get it, that they're malaika, 2 of them. I get that. But it says the shayateen taught them sihr. That's why it's phrased that way. You know this word malakain? It's only used once aside from that ayah, and it's right here. Malakain. 2 malaika. Who is this regarding? Adam and his zawj. Iblis whispered to them both, Shaitan, to make apparent to them what was concealed from their shame. And he said, what was forbidden to you both of your Lord about this tree, this of the tree, except that you become 2 malak, 2 angels, or you become from the immortal ones. This word is used regarding Jannah and Jahannam. Salams to see the word mulk is what you would call dominion or kingdom. A malik is an owner. A malak is what people call angels. Just want to highlight that. So this concerns humanity because the 2 ancestors of humanity, the male and the female, no, let's find the truth. Like Malaika have sovereignty in the creation. They're given like so much authority to carry out all the commands they're created to carry out. And that's probably why that they're related to the word for, having possession of something, having dominion over something. So remember I was mentioning how like in Jahannam, you do have eternalized humans as angels. A malak is a type of creation. That's very clear in the Quran. It's neither a jinn, it's not a human. But clearly, in Jahannam, Ashab an-Nar, the companions of the fire, are given that form. Remember this? Aponitar 19. Aponitar Tes'a Ashara. And what have we made Ashab an-Nar? This is not keepers. This is used everywhere in the Quran as the ones tormented by it, except Malaika. What if we made their waiting period? Remember, Jahannam is prepared for those people. It's prepared. There's something they're subject to. We've made that as a fitna. This is a period of time. The problem is that it never ends. Because Jahannam is eternal, despite what most people would say. So that makes sense why Shaitan would tell the ancestors of humanity. He probably says this today. This is why people ascribe themselves with angelic qualities. Because they're not aware that there's two different types. There's two different types of malaika. One of them is in hell. One of them is in Jannah. That's why believers have wings in the Quran. You can find this easily. Wings are described with birds, described with angels, and described with believers, and described with messengers like Musa. Except for Musa, they just kind of put it as your side or your hand. What do you think it means when the Lord of the heavens and the earth is telling you, lower your wing to the believers? It's all metaphorical, right? It's always metaphorical, and it's just because we just our brains short circuit from information like that. Al-malakaini bi-Babila. Why is Harut mentioned as if it's a plural in a way? I wonder about that too. Maybe this is actually showing you that there is some kind of angelic form for both destinies for humans in the afterlife. I'm not sure, but it's interesting. It's really interesting to imagine, like, there has to be a reason why this is mentioned as well. Al-mar'i wa zawjihi. Al-mar'i, the man. Is this not Adam? The man? His spouse? And then this word darrina, causing harm. Masjidan diraran wa kufran. Doesn't that look like what we've been talking about? The prostrations to the seated God, Qa'id. And it does even look like that too. I mean, in 1933, in Chicago, the largest production done in history by the Jewish community was of that scene. Let me see if I can find it, actually. I'm curious if it's still there. Yep, here it is. Now, this is supposed to show the history of the Israelites. Okay, this is before and Israel was made into a country. You have to question why. Why was it made with that flag, and what does it even represent in this world? This is what they show. They show this exact picture. it's strange. I mean, it's very disturbing to imagine that you could have this at some point in the future. I mean, I just, if I wasn't reading the Quran, I probably wouldn't think much about it. A masjidan diraran. Masjidan diraran. Surah At-Tawbah. Took for themselves a masjidan diraran. Is that not like the opposite of Masjid al-Haram? You have rules, you have things you're not allowed to do. This one seems like you can harm whatever you want. Darra'i, adversity, hardship. Again, compelling, forcing somebody to do something. All the hallmarks of Shaitan's teachings are related to compulsion. I want to see if, yeah, here it is. So we made you these races and tribes. I really doubt that what you see in the world today as the different appearances of humanity is actually separate races. And let me just show you. Because they're not accurate portrayals of what is claimed. You know, you have, oh, these are white people, or these are people named after this nation that we just made in the last century. These are people named after this kind of general area. Nothing is accurate about the designations, the terms. That's why I think it makes more sense that we are just kind of reflecting the land we live on, where our ancestors roamed, somewhere around this last reset. And yeah, I mean, the other humans that we don't see, that are mentioned in the Quran, as like totally different than us, separate from us. They're also offspring of Adam. And interesting thing is, there is a messenger named Shu'aib. Okay. Shu'aib. Shu'ub. Shu'ub is just the plural of Sha'ab. But look at this word, Shu'abin. Related to the number 3. I've learned over this year and a half to never trust what is just there for you when you're talking about these small, words that are not used very often. Okay. Sha'aba, to gather or assemble. This is what it likely refers to. Sha'aba, to disperse, to divide, to split into select groups. Okay. The month of Sha'ban comes before Ramadan. Why? Something was dispersed. That is why we find ourselves in these lands, on these continents, from our home. Maybe it's always been like this, every age, every era. Or somewhere near the end, our people find ourselves in this general area, this map. There it is, Sha'ban. Shi'ab. I wonder if they have the word shu'ab شعب. Interesting. Reef, gulf, abyss, mountain trail, ravine, canyon. Bronchus, class of animals, a twig. So this is what it means, is some kind of a class. They would actually be animals probably in hell. The branching or some kind of twigs or sprouts, شعبة, شعب. A part or portion of something. A family tree. Okay. So Shu'aib belongs to the one in the middle of those three. He's not very big, like one of those human races. I think this is probably why they call humanity the human race, right? I mean, it is a race. It is a race to something. Race to all that is good. I think the other thing too is that in the old days, like in this kind of medieval fantasy kind of looking world, that would mean something very different. That would mean like entirely different anatomy compared to us. So like the race of elves and the race of giants and the race of dwarves, race of men. That's what that word actually means. That's what I think Shu'ub refers to. It's not talking about what we see. Yeah, exactly. A race to the bottom. But clearly, I think the mu'mineen are the ones that see through all of this stuff. They see through all the debauchery. Okay. You can't be a Christian and be against child sacrifice, because Christianity is based on the Son of God being sacrificed. Likewise, the whole history of our ancestors revolves around some way of basically defiling the human form and the human position that Allah gave us, whether that means changing your physical form, acting out as if you're lower than animals, sleeping around like you would imagine animals do all the time. It's actually interesting. The whole red pill question is used by religious people today. Like the whole argument for all of these things, polygamy and believing in a God that's like a tyrant, and for men being tyrants over their wives. All of that comes, all those evidences don't come from the Quran. They come from science. They come from observations of animals. Animals can just have an entire harem of females. So why wouldn't we want to be that? That's what nature is. We are also animals. No, we're not animals. Not at all. We're made specifically, differently, totally different path, different role in the universe. The jinn, though, are more analogous to animals, which is interesting because every time they portray these gods, they look like anthropomorphic animals. And we are the fools below that. I don't know what has gotten into the subconscious of the Indian subcontinent, but my goodness, like what persuaded them to just I feel like they need to have some part of the world where that is observed. That exact thing is observed. And everybody got a piece of this deception. The Muslims got a piece of the deception, the Jews did, the Hindus did. Everybody has this, right? And so it's no surprise that these people wear animal masks exactly like their gods. They wear these animal masks, and it doesn't make any sense to us. They make sure to show you this everywhere. Anthropomorphic, hybrid, weird animal morphed humans. Again, masked animals. And the other thing that's interesting too is Fir'aun is the one that has gods in the Quran. We have idols around the Kaaba. And what's interesting about this is the messenger was sent. Okay. You guys, you can't make this stuff up, right? The messenger was sent in the agreed upon collected hadith, right? To destroy these statues, to destroy these gods. Why? Because they become the focal point of humanity right before every reset. It did it for Musa, for Suleiman. And I think that basically the stones in hell, maybe even the black stone in this area, are pieces of these actual giant statues. Like, you know, they tell like Ibrahim, his people, like, what have you done to our gods? They don't even call them statues. They call them gods. Why would Allah just allow that to be part of our history? Something so insanely, like, it doesn't make any sense. Unless what they designed of these, I'm sure they designed these exact statues from materials of the earth, what the Quran calls hilya, ornaments, precious stones, precious materials that facilitates some kind of a body for these beings. And so these beings are given food, they're given all kinds of things as if they're alive. This is done to this day. If you walk around, you know, if you go to East Asia, right? There's all kinds of Kaabas everywhere, these shrines everywhere in the world to local gods. And what's interesting is they all have a similar symbol. It's a swastika. Okay. I wonder what that's associated with. I just wonder what direction that is towards. They worship their ancestors. Their ancestors were seen as gods. Their ancestors had those actual gods as well, the jinn. That's what it all boils down to. So the Quran makes it clear we sent the messenger like what we sent of a messenger to Fir'aun. And that's why there is some kind of a conquest, some kind of a war, and destruction of this debauchery. Obviously, it didn't happen where they tell us it did. But what's interesting about this is these things are seen as alive. These things are seen as actually the stones that have some consciousness in them, as if they're devices or something. Okay. And I could imagine the same thing Musa did in the Quran. He comes back and he says, we're going to destroy this. Ibrahim has the same problem. They say to him, what have you done to our gods? And he says, this big one, Kabir, the Kabira one, the chief of them. He actually did this to the other gods. So clearly there is some kind of a large one in the pantheon, an Akbar one in the pantheon. But yeah, I find it kind of too similar, these stories, like the Nabi, Ahmad, Suleiman, and Musa, and Ibrahim. It just makes me wonder when, like, they're just doomed to repeat the same thing over and over again. I mean, the largest statues in the world is still ongoing. Let me see here. Yeah, I think that when you examine the world around you right now, you can kind of see all the specific weaknesses every culture, every type of person is susceptible to. And that's why you can't actually do the same exact thing to every type of people. But for whatever reason, it's always around the same lie in the end. The lie is that Allah has a child, Allah has partners, associates. What is Dabat al-Ard? I kind of, it's interesting to bring up because there's actually two versions of this, as you would expect. Dabat al-Ard and Dabat min al-Ard. This is the Dabat al-Ardi. Dabatul Ardi. What does this phrase actually mean? And it's perplexed people for so long because they really underestimate the knowledge that the Quran actually gives you. That you would not dispute it if you saw it. This is the test of our time. It's about who actually is on board with the entire Quran. Oh, Muhammad, I've talked about this throughout the entire stream. You should just go maybe to the beginning or something. I'm not sure if you came late. Dabbatu. is a creature, specifically that's moves on the earth. Okay, I even highlighted the two different versions of moving creatures, living creatures, animals. It's actually contrasted with tayr, something that is like birds. Oh, no, it's no problem. So the first instance here is something from the art, entirely, the entire earth. We just don't have the appropriate cosmology to answer this question. But Allah tells you. A creature from the art, speaking to them. Nas, the ones that hell is filled with, were from our signs, our miracles, uncertain. So this is a portion of the earth. And this is the earth. I always wondered, why does the earth speak in any way? Why do the heavens speak? Why do I mean, obviously the creation in this way is all complete service, submission to Allah, completely. There's no question. And you know why? Because I'm going to show you this ayah that uses this word, and it compares these beings to angels, to malaika. It is in, let me find it here. Oh yeah, right here. This is a perfect example, right? The sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, the trees, the dawab, and many from An-Nas. Not all of them, not the majority. They serve him. There's another one I was looking for. But yeah, it's in conjunction with Malaika that they are in fear of him. They actually fear Allah, because I think that indicates that they are kind of made to just complete service to him, following exactly what they're supposed to do. That's how people understand animals too. You would never blame an animal for what they do. They're animals. Okay, so I want to talk about this creature because there's a bit more information. This one is Dabbatu of the earth. The earth's creature. That's what that suggests. The earth's creature. Whether it's the entire thing or it's something that is like an earth, like the creature functions like the earth. It's the earth encases it, or I don't even know, but this is what it eats. Min sa'atahu. And there's no way, I mean, you can, there's no metaphors here. That's the thing. There's no metaphors, no similes, no allegories. It's eating. Min sa'atahu. They would say this is of Suleiman. Where have you seen that picture before? A creature eating a stick. What's interesting is they don't actually put this in the same. They say this is to do with postponing. Okay. Oh yeah, something I didn't mention about Enoch. If you go to Wikipedia, and all you have to do, okay, this is Enoch, right? I mentioned who Enoch was yesterday. Just go to the Arabic name of Hanukkah. It's kind of appropriate. It's Hanukkah. Do you know what this means? Ans Allah. It means forget Allah. The one who forgot Allah. This is not a prophet. This is not Idris. This is someone that forgot Allah. And actually, now that I think of it, there was a story there. This is probably why Kalib is used as an insult today. If we had willed, we could have elevated him, but he adhered to the earth and followed his desire. I've heard it mentioned that this is around the apostate Paul, which would be funny because actually the word Paul comes from Iblis. So I do wonder if this is a Iblis origin story. Maybe something prior to Adam's creation. Because it doesn't say he adhered to the earth. Akhlada. This is related to making yourself immortal. You see that, right? To want to live forever. They tell us that the Jews are the ones, or the Yahud or whatever, or this kind of like elite class of people are the ones that want to live forever. But really, that idea came from a non-human. يحسب أن ماله أخلده. Have you ever wondered why the genies are always found in these like caves, and there's just vast amounts of treasures and gold and silver? Have you ever wondered why the rabbis in the Quran they devour the wealth of the masses? I told you in the last stream what ahbar refers to. Specifically the gold and the silver. I think the philosophy of Shaitan is to make might makes right. And so the more that you collect, the more that you just offer as a ransom to your creator, that seems to be his rationale for why he's better than Adam. I'm made of a better material. I can do more. I'm more intelligent. I actually fear God. These stupid humans, they make other gods. I can deceive so many of them. They're not worthy of you giving them this position. I can take all the wealth of the world. I can take all these treasures and everything. I can create entire realities for these humans that you love so much. Why would you favor Bani Israel? This is his rationale. That's why I think the wealth is such a massive topic in the Quran. Wealth and children. Wealth and children. What's the understanding? The children relates to this obsession with, bloodlines and ancestry, because that would be very important to jinn, actually, where they descend from. I mean, that's why the shayateen are like his progeny, clearly his dhurriyyat, his offspring. But the wealth, I mean, it's like maybe to us it's a luxury. It just doesn't have that much of a use, but clearly for them it does. And yeah, I mean, imagine if that's probably one of the things that sway most of humanity is mountains of gold. You've heard of the mountain of bread, the jal, lechem. What about, or rather khubz, right? But what about mountain of gold? In the hadith, which is socially engineered, like practically most Muslims by far. Where is the one? In Jannah. Spending gold equal to a mountain. Pray to your Lord and ask him to make a safa gold for us, and we will believe in you. I wonder why it's a safa. The houses of gold in Jannah. Let me see if I can find them. Can you imagine if there's a place not too far from where we live where you will actually see like these treasures and be astounded? It's like the Euphrates, drying up somewhere, and then, you see the actual gold, like how much of it there is. I really wonder what's in store for humanity. But anyway, since you talked about Dabat al-Ard, let me just show you some interesting insight into that. This creature is gnawing or eating at this stick. You can look up the word. I'm pretty sure it just means stick or some kind of long shaft of some, it's like the pole you put up in a tent or something like that, right? Holds up the entire house. And there is this thing called nidhogg. Eating this tree. It's a big serpent. I'm just showing you this so you can compare, so you can see that this idea is something the Quran shows you. Okay, it doesn't mean these things are all true. I'm just showing you the idea of it. They like to say that Suleiman's creature from the earth is a long worm. Some kind of a, let me see if I can find it. In the older translation, they used to have a worm in that. Okay. It doesn't mean that Suleiman's staff is just standing there the whole time holding a staff, and then they yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's those worms from Dune, pretty much similar to that. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, Salam, because that was the imposter at that time, right? But I think that what people would call a worm today, right? Look at this. Have you heard of the story of Jonah that they have in the Bible where there's a worm eating a tree? This tree. And this is all allegorical the way they draw it, but that's how it's portrayed. The Nidhogg, giant serpent, in Norse mythology. They just copy that, put it in the Bible. And it's interesting that this tree is mentioned with Jonah, the kind of like biblical distorted name of Eunice. And Eunice has an actual tree mentioned with him in the Quran. It's right here. They say in the Bible that that tree, that creature with that worm was eating is gourd. It's actually a gourd, which makes no sense because there is no such thing as a gourd tree in actuality. So I just wonder. If maybe there's something about this that creates like a instability in the world. Like imagine you have a where is it actually? I mean the roof. Okay. You see this word? السقف. فخر عليهم السقف من فوقهم. This is talking about those who plotted against Allah. Their building was attacked from the foundations. Their roof fell upon them from above them. This word building is used in Ibrahim's story. I wouldn't doubt that, we might see in the future this kind of convergence of all these stories, right? Here it is. Okay, so when they say make for him a furnace, they actually use the word for building there, right? Make him a building. The truth of the hour connected to this building. Let me see if I can find it. This kind of Tower of Babel thing that's mentioned in the Quran, in that ayah 16, 128. Their building which they built will not cease to be a cause of skepticism in their hearts until their hearts are stopped. And look what happens. It collapses. Enhara. Harin. Harut. In Nari Jahannama. This word, har, this is the word for mountain in Hebrew. Har. When Lucifer, he finds like a mountain. This is the word in Arabic. Something collapsing into hell. فَانْهَارَ بِهِ فِي نَارِ جَهَنَّمَ. Qarun, he collapsed into hell. He was swallowed, right? Swallowed By what? That's one word for it. Let me see. Here's another word to use for this. Will cause to swallow. Swallow them. Swallowing the moon. And I know that there is this idea here, a large serpent swallowing its tail and also swallowing a man. Let me see if I can find it. There's it's on the coat of arms of the city of Milano. Okay. Swallowing a person. It's even used in these Aztec pictures, diagrams. Is this why Pharaoh is described as a torso? You know, like when you go to that whole that word there, your body, right? What's the difference between a jasad, a jism, a badan? It's almost like a jism is a living body. Oops. Let me just 1 sec here. A jasad is a corpse, and badan is like I don't know, like what, some kind of a torso, I guess. That's the word I found in there. Here it is. Bibadanika. This is probably where the word body came from. Badan. Okay. Yeah, so I think that all of these stories, they have to relate to each other, you know, like intimately, and it could just be that maybe in our time, I wish I had like a diagram, just has a whole timeline of events in order. But yeah, it's like what we see in the Quran is the formation of a narrative over time. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, King Cream. Yeah, it's basically inanimate. I would agree with that sense. Masih ad-Dajjal, though, um, why do you think it's called Masih ad-Dajjal? Al-Masih ad-Dajjal. What even is a Masih? You just say Messiah or Christ or something. I'm not saying that. I mean, what would you understand to be a Dajjal? A deceiver? A deluder? There's already a word for that in the Quran. And what's interesting about this, I'm glad you brought that up actually, is gharur, gharra, ghayr, the deceiver, the deluder. Who is that? Shaitan. Shaitan is the deluder. because he's the one that deludes Bani Adam. Allah asks Bani Adam, what deceived you? Do not let shaitan deceive you, delude you in the delusion you're in. What's interesting too is the word ghar is actually a cave. Why are those words related? Ghar, taking from other than Allah, ghayr Allah. Shaitan wants to ghayru, to change the creation of Allah. How are those all related? Only Arabic reveals that. Changing without excluding. I forget what word I used for the word ghayr, but yeah, it makes sense that, you know, the jinn are described as a nafar, right? And nafarun, right? Like the word nefarious. Yeah, it's just I get where you're coming from. It just, you know, where is that exact word in the Quran? Where is that root in the Quran? Dajjal. If you just rearrange the letters, you get the word jalad. Jalada. You know what that means? Let's put it in here. That's the word related to ice. Jalid. And you know, Isa is probably where the word ice comes from. You know that the Masih ad-Dajjal, what they call Masih ad-Dajjal, that's the whole like Christ narrative. If you want to actually show, if you want to actually look at the video I did with Endgame Islam, that if you buy into the Dajjal idea that there's an impersonator of Isa, you've already fallen for the deception, because they got all of the people around this messianic cult. Let me just find the thing in question. Okay, so Jalada, Dajala, Dagala, as you say in Egyptian. Whipped, flogged, frozen. Okay. Frozen. The word for ice is jalid. There's this word is in the Quran, if I can find it, relating to skins, something that's just frozen. Where is it here? Flogging, lashing, skins. Digital. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, everyone is waiting for the Messiah. Leather. Word jild. This is why it's so interesting to me that we have this idea of blackening of the skins, right? And the first thing I think of is frostbite. If you've ever seen frostbite, it's blackening your hands, blackening your tips of your fingers. So extreme cold can make something look as if it's burned, right? Extreme cold. Jalid means ice. Jild means skin, leather as well. How is that all related? Is this giving us information about the nature of hell? Cold fire? I'm not sure. Is that why the word pharaohs is like froze? You know, like if you were to freeze, froze. Is that why like so much of like the world is, you know, maybe the statues themselves of these gods are frozen from some kind of, you know, them actually being pelted from the sky as fallen angels, frozen in stone, petrified. Petrification, it's related to the word jumada. Jumada is actually has the same idea, petrification and freezing. There's 2 months that come after spring in the Arabic calendar, Islamic calendar, that's called Jumada. The Jumada of the Ula and the Jumada of the Akhirah. It's right here. To freeze, to congeal, stiffen or harden, solidify, to become rigid. And there's one thing in the Quran I remember that has this exact description, and it is the mountains, the Jibal. You see the mountains, thinking them rigid, well, they will pass as the passing of clouds. Suna'allahi, who perfected all things. Okay. Where is the return of Isa mentioned in the Quran explicitly, exactly as you imagine it? Just give me an ayah. Is it the one where he says, you know, blessed I am the day I was born, the day I die, or my soul is taken, am I raised up, and the day I am. Is that the one? There's no word for Christ, exactly. There's no word for Christ in the Quran whatsoever. Okay. And to be consistent, you have to actually give that exact same credence to Yahya. Yahya has the same formula. Let's talk about that. So, nothing against Isa being in some kind of Jannah, nothing against Isa being raised to Allah, nothing about him not being crucified. That's all true. That's completely true. But you guys, I don't know if you're Sunni, but I'll just make an assumption that you have that leaning, have confused Isa with Ahmad. That's all he done. No, there's no Christ. Christ does not mean Masih. That does not mean that. This is a warning to you, King Cream. If you believe that, the content of this video applies to you a lot. It really does. And that's why it's so crucial to have the right Number one, the right cosmology. If you don't have the right cosmology, you will always wonder where Mecca is, where Masjid al-Haram and all these things mean, what they all mean. Number two, if you have the notion that all of our communication systems don't come from Arabic, then you will never know anything. You'll just be confused with all the terminology. You will actually believe there's foreign words in the Quran. That's a contradiction. If there are Persian words or Hebrew words or Greek words in the Quran, that means the Quran is not Arabian then. Arabian is the opposite of that. So that means that all of our understanding is based on Arabic being the key to exposing all the meanings behind these other languages. What's the difference between Masih and Christ? You should watch the last video. Haris, Masih. Does that even sound at all the same thing? Remember, Arabic is the original language. It's the original one. That's what they all speak in the Quran. Now, since you mentioned Masih, okay, just give you a bit of a... I'm going to have to wrap things up anyway, but let's look at that word, Messiah. Masih. Oh, look at that. They don't give you anything. This is what that root means at all. You're just going to get a long diatribe of, oh, well, all the prophets were anointed. It means anointed one from Mashiach or Christ. It's the same thing. It's all interchangeable. I'm just doing this to make a point that we shouldn't just take things in blind faith. Okay? You need to prove it to yourself. And so, what stands out there to me are possibly two possible candidates for where that word comes from. The word for sayha, sahha, okay, has to do with health, has to do with this, they call it like a thunderbolt that comes to earth and just wipes out an entire society from Allah, sayha. And the other one, which is masha, masaha, wiping away, cleaning. Now, let's look at that, shall we? So the first one I mentioned, right? And this is why that stories in the Quran aren't just like stupid narratives. They give you so much knowledge. So much. They give you all the understanding you need in the world. So let's look at this one. I think it was... Here it is, sayha. Moving about, fasting. I made a mistake there. I should have indicated that word means with a sod, but this would be where you would look. That's one indication. Another one is... Let me see if I can find it. Mim, Sin, Ha. This is probably the closest family of words to that word, Masih. I like that you're asking me what it means, because it shows that there's not a lot of confidence in the popular opinion. Masaha. Okay. All you have to do is put that in all the Arabic usages possible of that word. And ask yourself, what did Isa do? Okay. What did he do? That's funny. wiping away sins, wipe away falsehood. Well, you're not metaphorically wiping your feet, right? When you pray, right? You're not metaphorically doing it. So let's just put falsehood aside, right? What did he do? Is Isa, did he ever kill anyone? Did he ever command people in a war? No clue. I know that Dawood was in a war. Ahmed was in a war. Musa was in a war. They all had different specific roles. But this one is pretty unique. That's why he's compared to Adam. Make smooth, to erase, to blot out, to wash away, to wipe away, to rub. This is what the word actually means. Because they say that Messiah means anointed one. You just put oil on him and he's like this chosen savior. No. This man called Isa, not Yeshua, not Yeshua, not Jesus. Jesus is basically the like the jinn, the spies, watchers. He corrected all the impurities around him. Okay? He just healed them back from the problem. And you know this. Every Muslim knows this. He healed the blind with Allah's permission. He brought people back into their bodies with Allah's permission. This is something he actually did. But you know what's interesting? One time that's mentioned in an ayah, it's from Isa's perspective. I did this with your permission. The other time, I think it's in Surah Al-Ma'idah, it's used from Allah's perspective. And you really have to be careful if you find yourself in what the Quran calls Nasara, that's not Christians as such, not exclusively, because they claim that Masih alone is Ibn Allah. Masih Ibn Allah. Everywhere else, Masih ibn Maryam, Masih ibn Maryam, Isa ibn Maryam, Isa ibn... Does it make sense that the Khatam of the Nabiyeen, the one that comes with this Quran that envelops all the other communications, revelations from Allah, does it make sense that he lived their entire life of all the messengers? Of course. You have to ask yourself, is Isa the first Masih or the only Masih? We know definitely he is. That's what he's mentioned as. Okay. Would you describe Adam that way? Adam is compared to Isa. So you see, it's actually not as clear cut as you think. That's why the religions around the Quran that fall short of what it teaches and information it gives, they tend to be right here and there, right? Like the whole Exodus, right? A prophet like Moses, And all the Muslims say it's Muhammad. All the Christians say it's Jesus. You have to wonder why there's a Mahdi and why there's a Masih. Why those two things are there. Is a Mahdi just... The Mahdi is a little tiny crib you put in the baby Isa in. No. No, definitely not. Is the Mahdi a person in the Quran? No, definitely not. So that just tells you they're anthropomorphizing and metaphorizing whatever they need to do to confuse you. Be careful when you read something and it doesn't mention the person you think it's talking about. He doesn't mention their name in there. Okay? Sometimes it says Al-Masih. Sometimes it talks about Thamud. There's no mention of Salih. Sometimes it talks about Ad. There's no mention of Hud in there. All of those civilizations were not given a one-time chance. They were given all of those messengers. Why? Did the mosques ever inform you that Ad was not a one-time thing? It's still around today. It still exists. The Quran informs you Ad denied the messengers, plural. So they were not just given one, Hud. Same with Thamud. Same with Fir'aun. This no, it doesn't mean helpers. What does Nasr mean? What is the context of Nasr? Surah An-Nasr. No, Masih is used a few times. Nasr is, I made a whole video on this. Just check it out. Check it out. I can see you're new. Okay. So this is the main thing. In Surah Ash-Shams, it mentions a she-camel. It mentions those that killed the she-camel. The whole thing is around Thamud. But it doesn't mention Salih in there. Surah 44. Okay. You're joking, right? A cryptic mention of Isa. An-Nasr? I'm sorry, man. That's... You're just trolling at this point. You have to really expand what's possible with this book, with this whole story. So yeah, maybe we can talk about the next time. Already way too long. I'm supposed to stop a long time ago. But thank you so much for listening again. I hope to do something like this next time. Hopefully, inshallah. Thank you guys. Hope you enjoyed that. And Assalamu alaikum.